The committee will reconvene, and we're going to start right in. The chair, the last bill that we have today, the chair calls up H.R. 9, the Climate Action Now Act, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9, to direct the President to develop a plan for the United States to meet its nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. But before we go to amendments, I would like to strike the last word and yield to myself. The sponsor of this bill is Ms. Castor. My understanding is that the Select Committee on Climate is actually meeting and having their hearing this morning, their first hearing at 9 o'clock this morning. So I don't know when she's going to be here. But I'm going to recognize myself in support of H.R. 9. This bill is a critical first step in addressing climate change by keeping us on track and in the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement sets a strong foundation for action that will accelerate the shift to a clean energy economy and put us on the path to a safer, healthier planet for generations to come. It's the most ambitious climate change agreement in history and builds upon the unprecedented participation of roughly 200 parties to the convention, including India and China, and something my Republican colleagues have wanted for many years. It provided a framework for reducing U.S. emissions while also growing our economy. More energy-efficient appliances, buildings, and vehicles will result in lower energy costs for consumers, all while lowering emissions of harmful air pollutants and keeping our manufacturing industries competitive in this global transition towards low-carbon practices. So first and foremost, what H.R. 9 is doing is stopping President Trump's reckless withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. But we're also trying to do with this bill is to give President Trump and my Republican colleagues an opportunity to provide their plan for combating climate change. My friends on the other side of the aisle have spent a lot of time lately telling us how they are really serious about climate and how much they would like to see innovation. They've also spent a lot of time basically saying how President Obama got it wrong. And I don't agree with that. I don't want to get into, whether they or individual Republicans agree or don't with the president on the withdrawal. But today, we're going to give them a chance to show that they're serious about climate change and innovation. And today, we're asking Republicans and President Trump, essentially, what's your plan? The time for action to avoid the worst effects of climate change is rapidly closing, so we must demonstrate to the world and future generations that we're still committed to taking on this fight. So this bill offers the opportunity for all of us, Republicans and Democrats alike, to show Americans that we hear them, that we take their health and economic future seriously. And now, my friends on the other side, I'll have a lot of amendments to call out this technology and that technology, but none of them is necessary or helpful because the Paris Agreement is technology neutral. So it doesn't matter whether we use nuclear or hydropower or any particular technology. What matters is that we dramatically reduce greenhouse gas pollution. Under this bill, President Trump and Republicans can use any technology they want to meet the Paris Agreement. They can use renewables, they can use energy efficiency, they can even use fossil fuels, just as long as they don't emit greenhouse gas pollution. So I say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, support this bill, show that you're serious about spurring innovation, about growing jobs, and about combating climate change now. And I would now like to yield back. I don't know if the gentleman, the ranking member, would like to address us, and I yield to the gentleman from Oregon.
Astonishingly, yes. I moved to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. And we will talk today about innovation, conservation, adaptation, and preparation. That's what Republicans are for. It's what we've worked actually with Democrats for in the last Congress and passed legislation that has helped not only spur economic growth in America and jobs, but also reduce emissions through new technologies. And I was really encouraged by Mr. Tonko's comments over the last few weeks. I've told him so about where we can work together. And I know we may differ today on this particular resolution, but look, there's a lot we can do, there's a lot we have done, and I look forward to that work. Mr. Chairman, despite the wide-ranging serious implications of this legislation for the health and financial security of all Americans, The committee did not hold a single hearing on the details and effect of the legislation. Notably, stakeholders have not had the ability to weigh in on the impacts of this bill, Mr. Chairman. Both the Speaker and our committee chairman repeatedly said they would follow regular order. There is no regular order here. Regular order ended when you didn't have a subcommittee hearing or markup. And that's why process matters. That's why regular order matters. This is why hearings matter, and this is why CBO estimates, which we don't have, obviously matter. Without these, we are legislating in the dark. Those are not my words. We should have only considered this under regular order. While I appreciate the debate we're having in committee, this has not been a transparent process. This is not the way this process should work, and this bill should be defeated. Mr. Chairman, as I said a minute ago, those aren't my words. Those are actually your words. But they apply today to this process. And in fact, you should agree with yourself on these words from March 8th of 2017, July 18th of 2018, and January 15th of 2019. We have pretty good researchers. If that's not good enough, our former colleague Gene Green noted last May that bills can be improved through regular order. He said, 3 months after getting a gavel, I hope you have come to learn that there's nothing to fear from a little sunlight. In fact, better legislation, effective laws can come from such sunlight, close quote. Unfortunately, H.R. 9 remains in the dark. It was introduced for the first time Wednesday, 7 days ago. And the subcommittee, the important subcommittee, with a tremendous chairman and ranking member, had no opportunity to have a hearing or a markup on this legislation, and it's one of your priorities, H.R. 9. That would be regular order, and that you've been so proud to advocate for, and that I did my best as chairman to accommodate on a number of occasions at your request. We delayed moving forward on bills because we agreed we should try to work together on them. So it's unfortunate we find ourselves here today. I understand the pressure you're under from Speaker Pelosi to either waive our jurisdiction entirety or at least mark it up, but this is not how good law is made. Many of the people I represent do have questions concerning cost effectiveness and feasibility of the U.S. commitments that were made under the Paris Agreement 4 years ago. Those will go unanswered before I'm asked to vote today. And I fear the bill we are considering could lock ourselves into a narrow vision of what's possible. As I've said on the issue of climate change, I am open to working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as we did in the last Congress, and actually achieved pretty measurable results in moving forward with America's innovation, adaptation, conservation, and preparation activities. We did reduce emissions through our work. We did support developing more clean energy technologies, and we did work on making our communities more resilient, all while trying to make sure the consumer didn't get hijacked with higher prices on energy, and that we looked out for consumers' American prosperity. America should lead on all fronts, as we have on the great energy revolution that resulted in new types of clean energy to supply our record-growing economy and the lowest unemployment in most segments of the economy since they began keeping records. You can have it both ways. But steamrolling a piece of legislation in less than a week, no opportunity for input and improvement, other than the amendments the Republicans have today, which I would forecast probably won't end up in the resolution. But members, stakeholders, states, federal agencies, or CBO, they all have pretty important information to share with us and some pretty good ideas that should be incorporated with a new day's era of how to deal with these emission issues. So for procedural and substantive reasons, I just can't support H.R. 9 today, but I urge our colleagues to withdraw it from the markup. Let's put it through a proper process that they themselves deem critical and necessary over the last 8 years, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Would anyone on the Democratic side like to speak? The gentleman from New York, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The issue before us is speaking to what many would define as the issue of our times. Climate change threatens all nations. It's a global crisis that requires a global response. The Paris Agreement was inspired by this country and others that are fighting in a progressive fashion to come to a global table and roll up our sleeves and get to work. We have heard from our own federal agencies reporting to the President that the issue is deeper than thought and more urgent than thought. And so there is no room for us to withdraw from what is a global discussion on a global crisis. The fact that we're at the table, or should be at the table, would inspire the dialogue that enables us to keep the momentum going, that would enable us to create world partnerships that will respond to the people of this planet that require that sort of participation. We believe that the response here from the U.S. needs to be economy-wide and market-based. We need to make certain that all sectors are looked at for the carbon that they're emitting into our atmosphere. So the decarbonization should look at each and every sector. But this shows the callous disregard for the respect that was developed at that table. It shows an arrogance of pulling away from a discussion that needs to incorporate our other countries around the world as we respond to a crisis that will impact the next generation severely if we do not take action. So I commend the sponsors, I commend the leadership for bringing forth this effort to deny the move to withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement. I think that technology has advanced over the last several years. Renewables become much more affordable. The public is behind this effort. We should respond to those sentiments, and I believe that it is a gross error to even suggest removing us from the Paris Agreement. So with that, I will enjoy listening to the discussion that we'll have today, and hopefully we will be open-minded about just how to make all of this happen. We need to put our thinking caps on and commit fully to a response to the climate crisis with science-based and evidence-based discussion. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman, recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. If I could ask counsel some questions. It is within the President's constitutional authority to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. Wouldn't you agree?
Congressman, I believe that question goes beyond the scope of the bill.
All right. The bill seeks to keep us in the agreement, and it says the President hasn't done what he ought to. Isn't it his authority to pull out? You're not, the committee is not challenging that, are they?
Could I just ask the gentleman to yield for, I won't use your, I won't take up your time.
All right.
The problem here is that questions of counsel should really focus on what the bill does. That's why the counsel answered the question the way he did. Questions about, the bill's intent, broader policy issues, or other issues, really should be asked of the sponsor or of the chair, not of the council. They need to focus on what the bill actually does.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry. How do we ask the sponsor of the bill if she's not here?
Well, you can ask me.
But you're not the sponsor.
Well, look, I can't get into this. This is a day when there's so much going on. The Select Committee on Climate is having a hearing this morning. I'm sure she's going to be here at some point. But look, if you want to ask a policy question or what the intent of the bill is, you just have to ask me at this point. But anyway, I don't want to take up your time. Why don't you just continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might then direct my questions towards you, and the point I was trying to get at is, if it is within the President's authority to withdraw, which I believe it is, then doesn't the bill infringe on the President's constitutional authority to withdraw from the agreement because it says he can't withdraw from the agreement?
Well, look, what the president can do or not do, he does whatever he pleases. He doesn't care whether it's legal or it's not. His answer always is just sue me and we'll see what the courts do. And even when the courts tell him he can't do it, he continues. So I don't know how to answer your question. I think we are saying that we think it's wrong for him to withdraw. He hasn't the ability legally to withdraw yet. I think that is not an option until after the next election. So the withdrawal hasn't occurred. he can't do it yet, so I would say, you know, we're basically saying that he shouldn't. And we're beyond that, we're asking for a plan as to how he would achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Because, you know, my understanding is he doesn't even say that he doesn't agree with the goals. He just doesn't want to have to be part of it. It's very, you know, his position, Mr. Griffith, is very strange. I mean, you know, his daughter, Ivanka.
I could reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, I don't want to take up your time. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. And I would just say that frustration with the executive branch is always that their presidents are saying, just sue us. I felt that same frustration with the previous president. But I would say that, you know, that I believe that the United States participation in the Paris Agreement may create potential for a form of legal liability. And so the question would be either to the chair or to council is if the United States participates in the Paris Agreement, doesn't that have the prospect of triggering lawsuits seeking the United States to compel the United States to conduct regulatory rulemaking, for example, under Section 115 of the Clean Air Act?
Look, again, it's the same thing. The achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement are largely voluntary, which is why I think most of his advisors and families suggested that he not withdraw. But on the other hand, as you know, he's doing a lot of things that are contrary to achieving the goals, like repealing the Clean Power Plan, eliminating the fuel efficiency standards. So again, the point is there's no reason to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. He hasn't done it yet. Don't do it. And tell us how you're going to achieve the goals. For so far, everything we see that you're doing is contrary to the goals.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that the Europeans are having the same problem, and in a report dated March 24th of this year, President Macron was quoted of France as saying, today we are not giving a clear answer to the commitments we made in Paris in 2015, and that's because the Europeans are having difficulty. The Australians are backing off of parts. They haven't said that they're going to try to withdraw at the first available date in November of 2020. But they have given some indications that they have concerns. This is an issue that the world is taking up, and it's because the Paris Agreement is flawed. And, Mr. Chairman, I got lots of other questions related to, you know, money being spent, what's not allowed to be spent. What does it mean to spend money to advance a withdrawal? Does that mean a professor who's receiving any federal funds can't issue a statement about withdrawing from the Paris Agreement? There are lots of questions out there that I'm sure we'll have time to discuss as the day moves on. But I do think it's important to recognize that this is just an agreement signed by one president, and that's what puts it into a quandary. Many of us think it should have been ratified by the United States Senate, and we'll have time to discuss that later as well, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate your taking time to discuss this with me, and I yield back.
I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'll yield my 5 minutes to the chair.
Oh, thank you. And again, Mr. Griffin, I don't want to prolong this, but the thing that, you know, you mentioned Macron, you mentioned other states. I mean, look, I think the Macron thing is a perfect example. The difference between Macron, if I'm pronouncing it properly, and President Trump, Macron, is that, you know, Macron tries, right? In other words, he says, okay, we're going to achieve these goals by doing certain things, and then, of course, he gets pushback, and he may have to, you know, not do them because of politics. But what we see President Trump doing is the opposite. He's not trying to reach the goals. He's saying, I want to withdraw when I can, and I want to repeal everything that's out there that would achieve those goals, like the Clean Power Plan, like the fuel efficiency standards. So it's a very different phenomenon. If the president said, I'm not going to withdraw, I know that this is voluntary, but I'll try to achieve the goals, and he does things in a positive way that would get there, then I wouldn't be here today looking to move this resolution. But that's not what we get. We get someone who says, this is ridiculous, we shouldn't be part of it, and I'm going to get rid of everything that would try to achieve those goals. That's a very different phenomenon from what Macron and some of these other parties are doing. At least they're trying, and they may get pushback, but they're trying. He does the opposite. Did anybody else, oh, I'm sorry, I yield back to the gentleman.
Does anyone else seek time?
Well,
I'll yield to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On June 1st, 2017, President Trump announced his intention to withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement, which displayed not only an abdication of leadership, but also raised questions about our commitment towards climate change. Furthermore, there are some members of the Republican Party who fear that by addressing climate change for what it is, it will go against the policies of an administration adamant about dispelling truths for profits. However, now we finally have an opportunity to correct the myriad of problems that have been ignored for quite some time. And now we are no longer asleep at the wheel. In fact, now we are in the driver's seat. The time for change is now. While climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world, it is increasingly important that the United States maintain its seat at the table in the conversation on how to address threats of climate change. The Climate Action Now Act will ensure that the United States is back on the national stage, fulfilling our moral obligation to combat the disasters before us. H.R. 9, the Climate Action Now Act, demands the United States remain in the historic Paris Climate Agreement. Therefore, it is imperative that we hold this administration accountable to develop a plan so that we can save our planet. And I'll yield back to the gentleman who yelled.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek time? Mr. Sarbanes, I yield to you.
Thank you for yielding. Well, actually, I just wanted to echo what Congresswoman Clark said. Yesterday, we heard from the head of NATO in a joint session who used the expression, "It's good to have friends." And really, what the Paris Accords is about is pulling partners together to try to save the planet, plain and simple. And it's an opportunity. It was an opportunity for the United States to demonstrate leadership in that regard and show that we want to be a full partner in that enterprise. We can get all the way down into the weeds today, as it looks like maybe our Republican colleagues are interested in doing, but if you keep it at a high level, it's about what Congresswoman Clark just said. It's about leadership, where the United States is prepared to use its best efforts to meet the targets that were set in Paris. We on this side of the aisle certainly think that that's a high priority. And that's what this bill is all about. Thank you for yielding your time. I yield back.
Okay, anyone want 46 seconds? Mr. McNerney, I yield to you.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Earlier this year, I was very heartened because most of our colleagues, most of our Republican colleagues acknowledge that climate change is real, that it's happening, that we need to do something about it, but we don't see any action on that, and that's what this is. We need to take some first steps. Paris is a fairly mild approach to this. If we can't even embrace Paris, then we're in trouble. Folks, we're going to blow past that 2-degree marker. We need to start reducing carbon emissions now. I'm working with some Republicans on reducing carbon emissions. This is the first step, and I yield back.
I yield back.
the gentleman, I can't even see him over there. The gentleman's recognized.
South Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a follow-up question for the council. Just about every country that signed the Paris Treaty, including statements from the UN in their statements and their press releases, call the Paris Climate Accord a treaty. So looking at it as a treaty, did the President of the United States have the ability to unilaterally enter into the treaty without ratification by the Senate?
Congressman, the bill does not change the nature of the Paris Agreement or any of its requirements.
So it's my opinion that we're standing up today for this Paris Climate Accord over this document, the Constitution of the United States. It says that the Senate has the ability to ratify treaties. And if this is a treaty, recognized as a treaty by so many other countries around the world, everything we're doing today is null and void because the Senate has not ratified this agreement. So you're saying that it's in your opinion that it's not a treaty?
Congressman, I stated that the bill as drafted does not change the nature of the Paris Agreement or any of its requirements. I would add that the President had authority to enter into the Paris Agreement derived from the Constitution, the Senate-ratified convention, and domestic law.
Did the President of the United States have the ability to enter into the Versailles Treaty that ended World War I unilaterally?
I mean, you know, now we're getting into the history of World War I here. Look, gentlemen.
Look, it required, Mr. Chairman, it required certain countries that entered into that agreement to do certain things, to stop certain businesses and stop certain activities. It's the same thing the Paris Climate Accord is doing. It's requiring countries and businesses within those countries to stop certain activities and to stop certain businesses in order to lower their emissions rate. There's a lot of similarities to it because, guess what? It's a treaty. And I believe, as such, it should be ratified by the United States Senate. I wanted to get the Council's opinion on whether this accord, recognized as a treaty by so many other countries around the world, including the United Nations, that calls it a treaty, whether the Council believes that the President had the ability under the Constitution of the United States to enter into a treaty without ratification from the United States Senate.
But the gentleman, could you address the question to me? The council, this is outside the scope of what the council, he can't be talking about the history of World War I here. Can I respond?
The analogy I made, Mr. Chairman, between the Treaty of Versailles and World War I that ended World War I and this is that this treaty requires countries to do certain things, to end certain practices, just like the Treaty of Versailles did, to end certain practices, end certain businesses, because there were war machines there, but this is to lower climate change emissions. And so there is similarity between, and the question I had for the Council is this a treaty?
Look, I'm going to respond to it's outside the scope. Look,
my point was made, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Would
the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Would the gentleman, is the gentleman saying that he agrees with the Democrat Senator, Mr. Pell, who was the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations when they ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in which the committee report says the committee notes that a decision by the Conference of the Parties to adopt targets and timetables would have to be submitted to the Senate for its advice and consent before the United States could deposit its instruments of ratification for such an agreement. The committee notes further that a decision by the executive branch to reinterpret the convention to apply legally binding targets and timetables for reducing emissions of greenhouse gases to the United States would alter the shared understanding of the convention between the Senate and the executive branch and would therefore require the Senate's advice and consent. And even though the agreement on its face says that they're non-binding, by using the Clean Air Act, Section 115, you might be able to argue that it is in fact binding on the United States and therefore a treaty. Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with that completely. You said it more succinctly, and I believe that is the question that the Council needs to answer.
the council can't answer the questions about the Treaty of Versailles. I mean, this is like, we're going back 100 years here. You want to have a dialogue between yourselves or with me, that's fine. Look, you want to ask me the question, I'll try to answer
Mr.
it.
Chairman, the analogy was made to lay out the fact that you have two different treaties that required governments to do certain things. There's a lot of similarities there because, you know what? The reason is this is a treaty. You can call it whatever you want to, but it's still a treaty, and it should be ratified by the United States Senate. Now, if we want to violate the Constitution of the United States, we can. We can continue doing unconstitutional things in this committee. And I believe ultimately the court will rule in favor of the constitutionalists that believe that this is a treaty, just like past treaties have been ratified by the Senate. This should be ratified by the Senate, and everything we're doing here is really going to be null and void. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshu, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope everyone got a little bit of sleep last night. This is, in my view, really critical legislation to adhere to our international commitments under the landmark Paris Agreement. In 2015, it's extraordinary, 195 countries came together in Paris to commit to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to keep global average temperatures from rising by 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Now, under the agreement, each country voluntarily put forward its own plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, And the agreement includes no global mandate or requirement that any specific technologies be adopted. Now, I think some of my colleagues find this highly menacing, but if you look at exactly what took place and what the agreement is about, I think it's highly instructive. It's also, I think, a shining example of American leadership on the global stage. That's where the United States of America really counts. And it was a proud moment. And our commitments are firmly grounded in U.S. law. In withdrawing from the agreement, the president has actually surrendered that leadership and given it to China and the rest of the world. Now, I don't know about you. I think the United States of America should be number one in everything. American leadership matters. The genius of the agreement is that the commitments are voluntary, meaning the only reason not to participate is a political one. After years of calling climate change a hoax, the president has once again put politics over our country and left the United States as the only country in the world that is not going to be a party to the agreement. So this is like looking in the rearview mirror and thinking you see the future. Because the U.S. cannot legally withdraw from the agreement until November 2020, we have time to reverse this disastrous decision. H.R. 9, the Climate Action Now Act, will do that by prohibiting the president from withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. It also requires the president to issue an annual public plan detailing how our country is going to meet its goals under the agreement. Now, the Paris Agreement, under the Paris Agreement, our country pledged to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 26 to 28% by 2025. This is not off the charts. This is doable. The goal is not only reasonable, but it's also necessary. It's also necessary. We have 8- and 10-year-old children coming to our offices and saying, do something. The benchmark set by the agreement to keep global average temperatures by rising more than 2 degrees Celsius isn't arbitrary. If temperatures rise above this level, we know what's going to happen. In fact, it's already taking place. I'm going to see you on the floor to do
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
appropriations.
in order for the lady to be heard.
The gentleman is correct. Please, the gentlewoman can't even be heard, so please, keep your voices to yourselves, and if you have to leave the room, leave the room. The gentlewoman will continue.
Thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Shimkus leaning in on that. This isn't about a distant future where catastrophes can take place. You know what? They already are. Just look at our appropriations in the disaster bill. It may be my district today, your district tomorrow. This is as interesting as Versailles is to visit. I think that we need to prepare for not only what is taking place now, but what we know through the greatest scientific minds in the world have advised us. American leadership needs to remain. And that's what this legislation is about. The American people deserve an answer on this. The science is clear. We need to take action. We need to be on the world stage. With strong leadership, we can meet the challenges. That's the best news in this. This is not out of our hands now, but the window keeps closing, and that's why American leadership matters so much. And we need the president to be kept accountable to the commitments that were made, along with 194 other nations. So
I'm
that's
sorry.
why I think this is so important and that we support it. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like Let me just say, I'd like to move on. There are no bipartisan amendments, there are no Democratic amendments, so we're going to move to the Republican amendments. Mr. Shimkus is first, but I don't want to cut everybody off. If Mr. Carter, and I saw Ms. Dingle, wanted to say something, can we have the two of you, and then we'll move to the amendments? Is that agreeable? Or you want to?
That's fine with me.
All right, we'll entertain Mr. Carter and then Ms. Dingle.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to inquire. I've been appointed to the Select Committee on Climate Changes, as has some other members of this committee.
I'm so glad.
And they are, well, I am too. I'm very excited about it, to be quite honest with you. In fact, I will tell you that I chose to be at this meeting this morning because this is the duty that lies nearest to me. But at the same time, I hate to miss the meeting that's going on now because the chair and the majority chose as our first meeting on climate change to have youth involvement. So there are now 3 students under the age of 18 who are sharing their expertise with the committee right now, and I hate that I'm missing that. But at the same time, I'm just wondering, it appears that H.R. 9 precludes any work that committee will be doing. And because I get that this is the committee of jurisdiction on the subject, but I'm just wondering, what are you expecting and what is the majority expecting out of that committee in particular?
Well, let me say this. I am so pleased that you mentioned that we are the committee of jurisdiction. Yes. I think that is a very important point, and I certainly appreciate that. And as you know, even though this bill might be discussed in the Select Committee, you know, it has to come here or has to come to Foreign Affairs. We actually have secondary jurisdiction. My understanding is the Select Committee is just what it says. It's an opportunity for members on both sides of the aisle, mostly members who aren't necessarily involved in their committee on the climate change issue, from having an opportunity to have hearings and talk about what kind of recommendations they would make to us and to the other committees of jurisdiction. So, and I think they have a deadline of March of next year to issue a report, but they can make recommendations to us at any time. But it's not a committee that reports bills, and I'm pleased that that's the case.
Well, I understand it, Mr. Chairman. The point I'm trying to make is that it appears that we're getting the cart before the horse here, and I'm just wondering, this bill...
Gentlemen, look, I don't think for 1 minute that we are being slowed down by the Select Committee. We can have whatever hearings we want in the Subcommittee on the Environment and Climate Change. We've already had 3, we'll have more. We're going to have oversight. We're going to move bills. We are not waiting for their report.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, and again, I just hate that I've missed the hearing this morning, or I'm missing it now with the young people, because I certainly want to hear their input, and I would yield to the gentleman from Oregon.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your willingness to serve on that panel. I did a decade or so ago, and I agree this is the committee of jurisdiction, and we can have hearings on any bills, as the chairman said. And I just want to know when we're going to have the hearing on the Green New Deal bill in this committee, as we've asked for. And I know that'll be a topic going forward, and I yield back.
And I will yield to the gentleman from Indiana.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. I want to agree with Ms. Eshoo as it relates to American leadership. I think you're right. And I think since 2005, we've done just that. If you look at the decrease in carbon emissions across the world, the United States has done more than any other country in the world in decreasing emissions. And we've done that, and I'm in a coal district, but we've done that through technology and innovation, and honestly, our constituents demanding us to do that through the private sector, and that's how I think that this can work. I think the Paris Agreement tied our hands a little bit, and I personally feel like other countries around the world that probably have no intention of complying, they like to tie our hands behind our back because it affects our economy, and it also creates conflict like we see here today. But I would agree that American leadership is extremely important, and I would hope through innovation and technology and good policy that has to happen occasionally, that we would continue to lead on the world stage in decreasing our carbon emissions and taking climate change seriously. I just don't feel that the Paris Agreement, which I would agree should be a treaty, is the way to go. And I yield back to Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
And I recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, but I'm hoping after that we can move to Mr. Shimkus's amendment. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strike the last word. So I want to agree with much of what several of my colleagues have said over here. But here is the reality. The United States, signed on to this Paris Agreement with 195 other countries. And all this is doing is saying we can't withdraw. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but I want to give you some direct quotes from the Fourth National Climate Assessment issued by top scientists across 13 government agencies, and there were Republicans and Democrats. But we also don't even know, we don't need to hear it, we see it. Sea levels are rising, where many of us, both sides, are looking at serious floods again right now, getting ready to happen. We know average temperatures are warming. We know the ice is disappearing at alarming rates. And we know extreme weather is intensifying and becoming more frequent, from hurricanes to colder winters to the dramatic fires we've seen in California. Climate change is an urgent existential threat we all face, and the world faces it. Every one of us wants to make sure this country stays competitive. We want to stay at the forefront of innovation and technology. Since this Paris Accord is passed, and not even impacted by the Paris Accord, China is telling its customers, I'm a car girl. I want the car industry, the auto industry, the mobility industry to be at the forefront of innovation and technology in the world. China is telling its people, you can only buy electric vehicles. They're going to all electric vehicles. Since this was signed, France has announced that they're going to ban all petrol and diesel vehicles in France by 2040. Norway is also doing that. I could get electric trains. Our Dutch are going to require electric trains, and they too are cutting. We have to compete in a global marketplace. We need to be part of this, and we all need to work together. All this bill is going to do is prevent the United States from moving to withdraw, and tells the president to take the leadership and saying how we're going to make sure we stay at that forefront of innovation and technology. So I don't know why my colleagues on the other side are so afraid of keeping us in a Paris Accord that we did under the United Nations framework with 195 countries to keep this world environmentally safe, and being there keeps us at the forefront of innovation.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Oh, Mr. Wahlberg, of course.
Thank you. My good friend and colleague, and I'm a car guy too. But I'd have to make a comment here about the electrification of vehicles of China. Sure, they can make a requirement for all their citizens to drive electric vehicles. Most of their citizens right now, because of the economy, don't even have a car.
No, you haven't looked at that market. That market is picking up fast. It's where our companies are making the money to be able to invest in R&D.
Thankfully for us, but most of their citizens, because of the economy, of their personal economy, lives, don't have the ability to even have an internal combustion engine vehicle to drive. And I guess we'd love to see that, and as you know, in our districts, we share electrification of vehicles. We want to see that continue. But
we're not doing much to help them.
But the fact of the matter right now, to put us under the thumb when China's doing nothing in the Paris Accords, and made an agreement that they'll just think of something between now and 2030, that's a concern for our car industry in Michigan, and I just wanted to make that point.
Mr. Wahlberg, I have a great deal of respect, and we both want to work together to keep the auto industry at the forefront of innovation and technology, but I would urge you to go talk to those companies and find out where the profits that they are making right now happens to be in the Chinese market. And the Chinese, and I mean, it's not just there, it's India, it's Western Europe. They're at the forefront of autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles, the latest innovation and technology. We're behind.
And if I might add, we're still leading on the economy. our economy is going gangbusters, and to take the risk of pushing it back right now in agreement that was made by one person, that being
But it
President
wasn't an
Obama at the
agreement
time.
by one person. There were 195 countries.
Right. And America
Now
had
the
primary
President of the United States that is elected by the people, President Trump's ours now, but President Obama was elected by the American people and entered into that representing. So our word is no good. So we're to say anything President Trump gets into, well, the next
Gentlewoman's
president.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move to Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's Shimkus Amendment R15.
Do we have it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. Shimkus. At the end of the bill, add
Without
the following
objection, the
section.
reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our work to identify effective action to address climate change risk, we must insist that any actions will not undermine the affordability of energy, the lifeblood of our nation's prosperity. This amendment requires the Secretary of Energy to certify that any actions by the United States to meet the terms of the Paris Agreement will not increase energy costs to consumers and workers. Affordable and reliable energy is a critical ingredient of our strong economy and providing the welfare for communities, consumers, and workers. We've seen how rushing regulations before viable technology is available can raise energy costs and the damage it can do to the livelihood of ordinary Americans. This committee's oversight of the Obama administration's effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions demonstrated how rising energy costs would be a harmful impact of the Clean Power Plan. I remind you, the Clean Power Plan and related Clean Air Act standards served as a central pillar for the promises of the Obama administration made in the Paris Accord. What many people may not realize is, despite the costs from these regulations, the commitments eventually required even more stringent regulations and controls in the drive to decarbonize the economy, the electric sector, the transportation sector, and the industrial sector. Let's focus on affordability and innovation as a basis for our policies. I haven't yet brought my yellow vest down to the committee, but I may someday. I think it is very instructive in this debate. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to protect ratepayers and gasoline consumers from poor policies and international requirements that could only hurt and risk our economy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield myself I'll strike the last word. Again, I'm trying to stress that Paris is a voluntary, to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement is voluntary on the part of the member states, including the United States. The president can set forth whatever he wants as a way of achieving those goals, and there's nothing in the agreement that tells him how to achieve them or whether to achieve them at all, unfortunately. So I think the amendment is unnecessary. It really has nothing to do with the Paris Agreement. Nothing in the terms of the Paris Agreement affects either electricity rates or gasoline prices. Gasoline prices, as you know, are determined by numerous factors in the world fuel market. Electricity rates are determined domestically by state public utility commissions and wholesale electricity markets. We had the hearing the other day in the subcommittee on what the states and the local municipalities are doing. We had Governor Inslee talked about what they're doing. These things really have, how to achieve the goal is not set forth in the Paris Agreement. Unfortunately, we have states and local governments that are trying to achieve those even with the president's actions or inactions. So any component to reduce emissions, the U.S. includes in its nationally determined contribution is at our discretion. It's not dictated by the terms of the Paris Agreement. To me, this amendment is yet another attempt at really misrepresenting what the Paris Agreement does and to paint clean energy as more costly than traditional fuels, and I don't think that's true. It's also very unlikely that the Trump administration would devise a plan in accordance with the Paris Agreement that would increase energy prices. He's not going to do that. So I think this is just unnecessary. I mean, as you know, I appreciate I'd like to hear from the gentleman from Illinois, but I just think this is an unnecessary amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it and support the underlying bill. I yield to Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I appreciate our colleagues' concern for ratepayers.
Mr. Tonko, you're using my time now. You can get your other time later. So right now,
okay,
you're using my time.
Okay. Thank you for yielding. I appreciate our colleagues' concern for consumers and ratepayers, but our very first hearing on climate change was about the cost of inaction. And we have to be cognizant of the impact we're taking from the taxpayer's pocket now with the impact of increased insurance premiums, disaster aid that continues to mount, the economic impact in regional economies of flood damage to businesses, closed schools. The list goes on and on, the damage to public health that carbon emission extracts. So we are already paying for the cost of inaction, which is a powerful statement that came from that first hearing. And yes, we're concerned about ratepayer and consumer impact, but make no mistake about it, that ratepayer, that consumer is today paying for inaction by our withdrawing from the Paris Agreement or lack of addressing this issue as we've delayed over the last 10 years. With that, I yield back and thank the gentleman for yielding.
Anyone else want my time?
Mr. Speaker.
Who's there?
Mr. Chairman. Chairman over here to your left, back row.
Oh, Mr. Olson, you want my time? Sure.
No, I want my time, sir, but.
Oh, okay. Then I'll yield back. I'll recognize you.
I thank the chairman, I strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I support my colleagues from Illinois' amendment. It's a necessary amendment, but it should not be happening at this hearing. I'm going to follow up the comments from our leader, Greg Walden, my dear friend. I was given a seat, an honor in this committee in 2011. From day one, Democrat and Republican leaders from former Chairman Waxman, former Chairman Upton, former Chairman Walden, and current Chairman Pallone have said the same mantra. This committee is the best committee on Capitol Hill. And it has been, in my experience. A big part of that is because we insist upon regular order. That means have a hearing at the subcommittee, a markup at the subcommittee, and full action at the full committee. That's important because every member, majority or minority, has a chance to have their voice heard, have an amendment they care about voted on by this committee. This debate today, all that past praise is being killed right now because of the utter abuse of regular order on H.R. 9. The Climate Action Now Act, H.R. 9, is not just some small, no big deal bill. Its number is H.R. 9. The Speaker blocks off H.R. 1 through 10 every Congress as his or her priority bills, meaning this bill is a majority priority in this Congress to get passed. And for some reason, we can't go through regular order. Regular order has now become irregular order. No hearing, subcommittee, no markup, only minimal time today for this hearing, these amendments, these late amendments. We all know our climate is changing. It's been changing since God created the earth many years ago. The current issue, current changes are affected by industrial activities. But how we solve this is with regular order and technology and market solutions, not some jam down our throat H.R. 9. I asked the leader to please pull back, go through regular order, let's work on this problem together and solve this together as this committee has done since I've been on it in 2011. I yield to my colleagues, Mr. Hudson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to take a second to point out, I represent a district in North Carolina with a lot of working families and a lot of seniors and retirees. And we need to understand the impact on our folks when we're considering this legislation. And that's why I support this amendment, because we need to understand, electric rate increases are going to skyrocket, according to experts. Gasoline prices are going to skyrocket, and that adversely impacts the working families of this country and our seniors more than anyone else. And so I think it's critical that we understand what the impact's going to be before we consider this legislation. And so that's why this amendment is so important. That's why we're so frustrated that we didn't have regular order, that we didn't have a chance to have a hearing and have this information brought forth and have an honest debate about it. So I support this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I'll yield back to Mr. Olson.
I thank my friend. One final point. America has done its part in a big way to reduce global climate change. Our country, on its own, without these accords from Paris, the last decade has reduced our CO2 emissions by 12%. That's real progress. Again, let's go through regular order, address differences, concerns, and make this work with technology and market-based principles. Let's solve it together. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Olson, would you yield to me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for speaking on this and others, and I know we're going to get to a vote on this amendment next, but I think it is important to put into the record that from the International Energy Agency, in the United States, the emission reductions seen in 2017 were reversed with an increase of 3.1 in CO2 emissions in 2018. But despite even that increase, which we acknowledge, emissions in the United States remain around their 1990 levels, 14% and 800 million tons of carbon below their peak in 2000. This is the largest absolute decline among all countries since 2000. That's from, not me, that's from the International Energy Agency. So we are making progress. We know we can do more in a bipartisan way. It's unfortunate we're not doing that today. And so with that, I yield back to you, and I know we want to get to the vote before we get to votes on the House floor.
Yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. See that the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, would like to speak. I yield to the gentlewoman 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the American people who are at home watching, what you have been witnessing here so far is my Republican colleagues, some of which who don't really want to have a hearing on climate change. They don't want to talk about what Congress should be doing to address this critical crisis. We're hearing one of my colleagues saying he's so disappointed he can't hear the youth in another committee hearing. You can get up, anybody can get up and go to another hearing and hear. Does he have a staff member in that hearing, making sure they're taking notes to hear what the youth are saying? No. This is an ongoing ploy to delay the conversation on climate change and what we should be doing to address this critical climate crisis.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I will not yield because I'm not done. What's at issue here is whether the United States is going to be a global leader in climate change, whether we're going to come together with other countries, over 195 of them, who have already come together with the United States to say, we're going to do something. This is important and critical, and we're going to lead. What the president did was steamrolled the agreement. He basically said, we don't care. I'm going to pull out. Who urged him to pull out of the agreement? Plenty of senators and members of Congress who are the darlings of big oil. That is what's happening here. The American people want us to act on this issue. Democrats, now that we're in the majority, are trying to do just that, trying to say that we are going to be the country that is going to lead and go back into the Paris Agreement. My colleagues here have an amendment. They don't want rates to go up. Did they bother putting such an amendment in when they passed their tax cut that made working families and middle-class families have a tax increase? They sure didn't, because plenty of my constituents are having their rates go up. And all of a sudden today, they're so worried. And by the way, this Paris Agreement is just this H.R. 9 is asking for the president to come up with a plan, a one-year plan. My colleagues who have plenty of access to this president could go sit down in the White House with them and provide their feedback on what they want to see in the one-year plan. Instead, what they're doing here today, what you're seeing here today, is just more delay. not having a serious conversation, but taking this as a joke. And that is what's happening. It's sad to see, and it's sad that we just can't have a conversation about this critical issue. And what you're going to see for the rest of this afternoon is amendment after amendment, some of which they don't even believe in. It's just politics. It's their way of trying to get a vote on things they don't even believe in. They love to talk about a Green New Deal, love to talk about it, love to talk about wanting to have a hearing on it. They don't even believe in it. And that's the sad part about what the American people are seeing happening right now in this hearing.
The gentlewoman yield.
Yes, I will yield.
I just want to remind members to observe the decorum requirements of the House. Under the House rules, the chair has a responsibility to preserve order and decorum, and I just, would like to have members keep in mind the others and not, reflect negatively on what the other member does, if that's possible. Just a reminder.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
Point of order, would the gentleman state his point of order?
Yeah, I thank you for making those comments because, Mr. Chairman, ad hominem attacks on members of either side is not the rich and vibrant tradition of this committee and should not be our future either. And so I think this gets very close to a line that we don't need to be even near in members talking about other members and what they could or should do. And so I appreciate you reminding all members of their conduct matters here and that attacks on individual members is not our tradition.
Could we give the gentlewoman, I didn't really want to take your time, I want to give her an extra minute because I basically used her time. And the gentlewoman is recognized.
Oh, thank you. I just want to tell viewers that, this is just disheartening to see what the conversation is like and when we are having a conversation about climate change and the urgency of addressing this issue. And to seeing where this conversation has been leading is disheartening to say the least. And I would like to see the conversation turn to real ideas about what the other side believes we can do to address the climate crisis and what we can do on the global stage. Because that's not what we're hearing today, and that is certainly not what is the
Regular
subject
order,
of
Mr.
these
Chairman.
amendments. And with that, I will yield back.
Does someone on the Republican side want to speak?
I'll move to strike the last word on the amendment, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe I have.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I will turn to my friend from Illinois in just a moment. But perhaps we would be having a different discussion today, to my colleague from California, had we followed regular order. I know she's new to the committee, but the history of the committee has been we have tried to the best of our ability, and I know Chairman Pallone tried in this case but could not do that, to have regular order. And regular order means you have the opportunity to have a discussion in the subcommittee. You have an opportunity to have hearings. You have an opportunity to put amendments forward. You do not wait until the last minute on the last day we're here, at the last hour, to begin taking up a pretty important topic, unless you don't want to work with the minority on the committee and just cram something through. And these attacks on individuals or attacks on what we did or did not do, I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that if people would read the tax cuts that we gave middle-class Americans, like people in my district, you would also find in there the 45Q tax cut. That credit provides an incentive to store carbon underground, and an even greater incentive if that carbon is stored underground and not used for any other purpose. And so I know that some voted against that or would have, but I think that's a pretty important tax credit and a good incentive. We would be happy to work with the majority on many of these issues, as we did in the last Congress, to incentivize new hydropower, small-scale hydro, speed that along. We had multiple hearings and bipartisan work on the grid to make sure it's secure and adequate and can handle new renewables coming on. We looked at small modular nuclear reactor technology that's emissions-free. We looked at nuclear waste storage as well and passed a huge bipartisan bill through the House with 340 votes. We did not attack each other's character. We did not go after each other on these matters because we have more in common than apart. It is not the history of this committee to do so. And so I would now yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what we're trying to do in this short morning in a bipartisan manner is to offer amendments, quickly debate them, move to votes, so we can dispense with this bill and people can get home so we can come back again on Monday. I'm willing to do that. The amendment's pretty simple. It just says for the Secretary of Energy to state that if there's a concern that energy costs go up. I'm willing to cast my vote, and I'm willing to do it quickly, and I'd like to do that. I know this is an emotional debate, and we could talk all day. We can go all weekend if people want. I actually just want to vote on my amendment. So with that, I'll yield back to the ranking member.
Sounds good to me. I don't want to be here all weekend. So we'll proceed to a vote on Mr. Shimkus's amendment. All those in favor of the Shimkus amendment will... Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
You're withdrawing the point of order?
Sir.
All right. All right, so we're going back to the Shimkus amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes. The gentleman would like a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered on the Shimkus amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Ms. DeGette. Mr. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield.
See, good thing. Perfect timing.
Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no.
Vote no.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan.
Thank you.
Mr. Tonko.
Table to
Tonko, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader.
But he is a...
Mr. Schrader, no.
But I haven't seen him since he left.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Stingle. Mrs. Stingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long, aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giafonte. Mr. Giafonte, aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no.
Not been heard. Mr. Lujan.
Mr. Lujan votes no.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Vesey votes no.
Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky.
Ms. Schakowsky, no.
Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters votes no.
Anyone else who hasn't been recorded? Just going to wait a minute. Mr. Scalise, like to be recorded
Mr.
as an
Scalise
aye.
votes aye.
Anyone else on the Shimkus amendment? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 29. I'm sorry. Excuse me. The yeas were 24, and the nays were 29.
The vote is 24 ayes to 29 noes. The Shimkus amendment is not agreed to. Understanding the gentleman from Georgia has an amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the clerk have that amendment? How's it labeled?
Number 10.
We have it, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York would reserve a point of order on the Carter amendment. The clerk has the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. Carter. Page 4, after line 23, insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires the plan for meeting the Paris Agreement to include the use of carbon-free nuclear power and a description of how it will contribute to domestic and global emissions reductions. Whether in the United States or globally, clean baseload generation has to be part of any climate solution. The more the United States can do to focus on nuclear technology, the better we will be able to deliver clean energy to our citizens, and the better we will be able to create the technologies that we can export into other nations that are hungry for energy. Last week, the International Energy Agency provided its annual status report on global energy and carbon dioxide. It stated the increase in renewable sources like solar and wind was not fast enough to keep pace with the growth in electricity demand, which right now is fed by fossil fuels to provide the baseload power developing nations need. A renewed U.S. focus on nuclear technology has been a priority on this committee, and we should continue that work and ensure it is a priority for any administration. Support for this amendment is support of nuclear power. The advanced nuclear power we can innovate and an essential solution to carbon dioxide emissions while ensuring we have the power we need for our daily lives. Additionally, as we talk about innovation, nuclear power should be at the top of that list. In my home state of Georgia, we currently have the only nuclear reactors under construction in the United States. Those reactors at Plant Vogtle will allow Georgians to attain greater energy stability, all while the utilities reduce their carbon footprint. The largest source of carbon-free energy in the country is nuclear. My amendment simply says that we should be including nuclear in any efforts to reduce carbon. I will repeat that. My amendment simply says that we should be including nuclear in any efforts to reduce carbon. In a July 2018 report by Yale, they concluded that nuclear power must be utilized in any energy solutions put forward. Their reliability is extremely high, with an average capacity factor of nearly 92%, which is much higher than many other sources of carbon-free energy. This is just one of many examples in which researchers have found that nuclear is needed. Any solutions that don't include nuclear will find it significantly more difficult to reach any reduction goals. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to ensure nuclear power is part of the solution, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Who's that?
Me, behind you.
Yes, I will yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
I think the gentleman, and instead of claiming my own time, I just want to say I think this amendment makes absolute sense. We know the importance of nuclear. I have 4 nuclear power plants in my district, and I think this is a bipartisan issue. It's not the 80s anymore. We understand, where there was controversy. We know the safety of this, and if I think we truly are focused on reducing global emissions, which I am, and is a focus of mine, nuclear plays an extremely important role in that. So I just want to thank the gentleman, and instead of claiming my own time, I'll just give him back his now.
And I will yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
I thank the gentleman, and thank you for introducing this amendment. It makes all good sense that we keep that in the mix. Having the nuclear power plant sitting in my district on Lake Erie that ultimately has, I believe, the only new license for the potential of building another site, the Fermi 3 license. It's something that we ought to be looking at. No global warming takes place as a result of this. It certainly is almost a renewable source. It can be safe and used very effectively, and I appreciate you offering this.
And I'd like to yield to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I first wanted to point out to the committee that recently the governor of Connecticut reversed course on decommissioning reactors in his state in order to lower his carbon footprint. Nuclear needs to be a part of this. I also want to point out that if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle truly believe in protecting the environment, they need to understand that nuclear waste, both defense and non-defense, sit in over 120 sites around the United States. A lot of that is sitting in their state. That's why I want to bring attention to a letter that Congressman Scott Peters and I led to appropriators in support of the President's budget request for nuclear waste disposal and activities related to Yucca Mountain. Yucca Mountain help will resolve the nuclear waste issue, and it's an environmental issue. It's critical to the future of nuclear energy, which helps lower carbon emissions and carbon footprint. So I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and I ask everyone to support that, and I yield them.
Thank the gentleman.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd recognize the ranking member, the chairman of the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be clear about what this bill does. It requires the President to develop a plan to reach our 2025 target. The previous administration had a plan, and the current administration has sought to undo most of it. We've seen it through actions over the last couple of years. So if we're going to stay in, as required by a section of this bill that we do not have jurisdiction over, then I believe it's fair to ask our President to come up with his proposal to get us there. Amendments have been submitted to single out individual technologies' ability to contribute to reaching those goals. In my opinion, we need to make certain that we have a broad portfolio of solutions, certainly within the power sector, and we need to be across sectors to achieve the goals. I support federal investment in R&D for all clean technologies to give each the best shot at commercialization faster and cheaper, but that's irrelevant to this bill. Nothing is stopping the President from including these things in his plan already. And I know these amendments are an opportunity, certainly for members to discuss their support for nuclear, CCS, and various solutions that they favor as technology source. I would suggest the best thing we can do for the owners and operators of nuclear assets is to provide certainty in our federal carbon policy. Certainly, if members on the other side of the aisle want to work on an actual market-based, technology-neutral solution to help solve the climate crisis, I would be happy to work with them so that we can move forward. But nothing in this bill prevents the president from including specific technologies in his plan to achieve our NDC. And if members want technology-neutral solutions, they should work with us on specific policies to accomplish those goals. And with that, I urge my members to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Could yield to the gentleman, Mr. Peters from California. Mr. Tonko, would you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. I just want to say that this amendment is one of three that I noticed that mention clean technologies. This one is nuclear, one is hydropower, the other is carbon capture. I just want to assure my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that that I understand that if we think that global climate change is an existential crisis, we have to look at every technology. And I'm willing to do that, and I think it's on us to make sure that we do that. What's good about this H.R. 9 as it's written, though, is it gives the president the discretion to come up with a plan using any technology. And so we don't have to list out particular technologies. This resolution doesn't talk about wind, doesn't talk about solar, doesn't talk about conservation. What we're doing is asking the president to come up with a plan to get our emissions reduced by 26 to 28% below our 2005 level by 2025. So the amendment is not necessary, and I think my colleagues know that I've been particularly an advocate on hydropower and carbon capture, and I'm looking forward to working on next generation nuclear, which doesn't generate the same kind of waste product. And so I think these amendments are unnecessary. This is a pretty modest suggestion in H.R. 9 to ask the President of the United States, Donald Trump, to come up with a plan to reduce our emissions. We should not tie his hands in any way, and I certainly think that the resolution doesn't do that, and I'll yield back my time.
Are there any members on the Republican side would like to continue this debate? Anybody on either side? All right, we will vote. Proceed to a vote on the Carter Amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks recognition?
I withdraw my...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Mr. Tonko withdraws his point of order. And the gentleman would like a roll call. So a recorded vote on the Carter Amendment is ordered. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Rush? No. Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel, no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell, no. Mr. Vesey? Ms. Custer? Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Berrigan? Ms. Berrigan, no. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long, aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giafonte.
Take care.
Mr. Giafonte, aye.
We're gonna
Mr.
vote.
Pallone. Mr. Pallone.
It's no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Are there any other members who seek to, Mr. Upton?
Mr. Upton, aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis votes aye.
Ms. Chakowski?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Any other member? Ms. Castor?
Ms. Castor votes no.
Any other member who wishes to be recorded on the Carter Amendment? Just going to wait 1 minute. I think we have a couple others. Mr. Lujan is not recorded.
Not recorded, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lujan votes no.
I think that's everyone. Anyone else want to be recorded? If not, the clerk will report the tally. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 29.
Thank you. The vote on the Carter Amendment, ayes are 23, noes are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Now, they're supposed to have votes at some point soon, but until they do, I'm going to proceed. Is there anyone who would like to? Gentleman from Oklahoma?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the amendment have a label?
It says an amendment to HR, and it doesn't have anything else on it. 18?
The clerk has it.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from New York reserves the point of order, and without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Let me go ahead and read the amendment because it's real short. It says, "This act shall take effect on the date that the Secretary of Energy certifies that the United States electricity rates and gasoline prices will not increase under the terms of the Paris Agreement." So let me just make a couple of points. What? Which one? Is that the wrong one? Oh, sorry.
Did we read the right one, Mr.
Nope,
Moore?
I read the wrong one. See, that's why I wanted
I
to
think they
read it.
handed out the wrong one.
I handed the wrong one.
So she read the wrong
She has
one.
the right one.
You've got the right one.
Will you read it as short? So I make sure I got the right one. Okay. Will you go ahead and read it?
It says number 18.
I don't have any
At
numbers
the
on
end
mine,
of
I'm
the
sorry.
bill, add the following new section.
Yes.
Section 6, effective date. This act takes effect on the date that the Secretary of Energy certifies that China and Russia have each committed to emissions reductions that are equivalent to the emissions reductions commitment of the United States.
All right, the amendment's been read, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes, and the gentleman from New York has reserved a point of order.
So let me talk real quick about this amendment so everybody understands what's happening in the Paris Accord. Now, ironically enough, I was actually supposed to go to that, but we were, I believe, stuck here at the time. I was going to go speak along with, at that time, Minority Leader Pelosi. And there were some points that I had concerns about at that particular moment. Now we find ourselves debating this in the committee. So this amendment assures that this job-killing legislation won't go into effect until the Secretary of Energy certifies that China and Russia have each committed to reducing the emissions at least to the same levels as the U.S. This amendment is about assuring that our rivals, because I want everybody to understand they are our rivals. There are rivals in our economy, and there are rivals around the world. Do not keep taking advantage of the United States. Its consumers, its workers meaning its middle-class workers, because we're talking about manufacturing jobs mainly affected by this, and its future economic prospects. China is the world leader in CO2 emissions. China produces more CO2 emissions than the United States and the EU combined. Under the Paris Agreement, China won't peak their emissions until 2030. Now, they understand they're going to continue to increase their CO2s. Now, the United States, we've got to start cutting ours immediately, which we already do. But China, they say, well, we will, but we're not going to do it until 2030, and then we will try. Guys, this is language in the Paris Agreement. It says, we will try and reduce the emissions. Not that they will, not that they agree to a certain amount. It simply says that, hey, we're not going to peak till 2030, and then after 2030, we're going to try. We're going to try to cut. But they're leading in the CO2 emissions. Russia is the world's 5th biggest emitter of CO2 emissions. Under the Paris Agreement, that just appear to be cutting their emissions by saying they will reduce emissions by 30% below the 1990 baseline. Now get this. They've agreed to cut their emissions by 30% below their 1990 baseline. But here's the kicker in the teeth, because, guys, you got to understand, it's Russia we're dealing with. They're not exactly always dealing with us straight. So we should always know there's a catch. Well, there is a catch. The problem with this is that Russia's emissions are already 50% below the 1990 baseline. Are you guys following that one? I mean, we got to know what we're agreeing to. If we're wanting the United States to stay in this, everybody better understand what we are actually agreeing to. China says that they'll try, but they're not going to peak till 2030. And now Russia says we're going to cut it by 30% below our 1990 baseline. But the problem is they're already 50% below that baseline. So basically, what this means is Russia has given themselves room to substantially increase, not decrease their emissions, by giving its industry a competitive advantage over the United States. Because, guys, regulations do cost. They cost. They cost to implement. They know what they're doing, and we're trying to hold ourselves in this. According to most recent report for the International Energy Agency, between 2017 and 2018 alone, global emissions of carbon dioxide increased by 560 million metric tons. China emissions increased by 230 metric tons, a little more than 40% of the world increase. Yet we're holding ourselves as standard, but we're not China. We cannot have an effective climate policy that puts the United States at a disadvantage to its main security and economic competitors in the world. We've learned in our oversight hearings that the only way to meaningfully address the global emissions is to address the growing emissions in the developing worlds like China and Russia. Why wouldn't we want to make sure that China and Russia is playing fair before we commit this upon ourselves? I urge us to vote yes on this amendment and secure our middle-class workers have an advantage at keeping their jobs. With that,
Would the gentleman yield his last 8 seconds?
sure.
I just wanted you to know, and I'm not making light of what you said, but I know you said that you regretted or somehow weren't able to go to Paris, and I just wanted you, I'll speak on behalf of myself and Mr. Ruiz, to know that we just assume come and visit you in Oklahoma as go to Paris. And maybe one day we'll get to go see some of the Indian nations, which I think we talked about in the past.
We would love to have you, but unfortunately during that thing we might have been in a little shutdown, what prohibited us from going.
All right.
So we'd love to have you come out and visit us.
Thank you.
And breathe our clean air.
Now we'd like to
That our cows are not emitting methane.
recognize the gentlewoman from Delaware for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to speak in opposition to this amendment. First, it requires that China and Russia commit to emissions reductions that are, quote, equivalent to the emissions reductions commitments of the United States, end quote. But the amendment does not define what equivalent means. Equivalent to what? It's not clear exactly what we're binding ourselves to or expecting from other countries with this amendment. Second, the language appears to suggest that the United States should wait to act until other countries, specifically China and Russia, commit to reduce emissions. Yet, those countries have already committed to climate action. The gentleman from Oklahoma is correct. In 2019, China pledged to peak its carbon emissions by 2030 as part of its contribution to the Paris Agreement. And as it turns out, China's emissions may have already peaked. This earlier than expected decline is largely due to the country's aggressive shifts toward renewable energy sources. China is also working towards implementing a national emissions trading system, which will initially cover over 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions from the electricity sector. Plus, China now invests more in renewable energy than any other country. In 2017, China invested $126.6 billion in renewables, more than 3 times the investment level in the United States. Russia is also acting to reduce emissions. Just last month, the Russian legislature began consideration of a bill that would direct the government to set greenhouse gas emissions targets. It even included cap and trade as one option to meet those targets. It may be just the first step in a long process, but at least it's a step in the right direction. Bottom line, we cannot hide behind the false excuse that other countries are not acting on climate change. We must lead rather than follow, and that is why I oppose this amendment. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. If we're going to continue the debate, then I'm going to have to recess for the votes. Do other members want to speak? If other members want to speak, then we'll recess. No? We're going to proceed to a recorded vote. A recorded.
No, he wants to speak, I think.
All right. Well, then we'll have to recess, and we'll come back for the recorded vote. The committee stands recessed, and please come back after the votes on the floor. The committee will reconvene. We were on the Mullen Amendment to H.R. 9, and I thought Mrs. Brooks, she wanted to speak on the amendment, correct? Okay. So we'll recognize Mrs. Brooks for 5 minutes to speak on the Mullen Amendment. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I move to strike the last word,
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
and I yield to my colleague, Mr. Mullen from Oklahoma.
Thank you. We were obviously debating on what's happening in the Paris Accord, and we start talking about Russia and we start talking about China. And I know there's a lot of talk about how well China is supposedly doing this and what Russia's supposedly doing. And actually, we actually talked about what the legislators in Russia voted for. But at the same time, we're not comparing apples to apples. We're not comparing countries to countries the way that we run our republic versus the way that they run their dictatorships. And so if we're going to be talking about it, let's understand the accord holds us to a certain standard that's way, way above the standard that they're at. And it puts us at a distinct disadvantage when you start talking about the manufacturers. When we start taking away the manufacturers, we start eliminating the middle class. Basically, what this will end up doing is we're going to be pushing our middle class to another country because that's where the manufacturing is going to take place. And with that, I'm going to yield some time to Mr. Flores from Texas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mullen. I was surprised at the support and veracity that was given to both Russia and China and the commentary that we heard right before we adjourned. Let's talk about Russia for a minute. We've got to remember that's the country that's propping up the Assad regime in Syria. They invaded Ukraine, they occupied Georgia, they occupied Crimea, they cut off energy to folks in the wintertime when they need it the most. They engage in constant cyber attacks against the United States, and have interfered with elections all over the world, including our own. Let's transition to China. I was just there 2 weeks ago, so I have some up-to-date information on that. First of all, they're nowhere close to their peak carbon emissions. They are still going to have an ever-increasing amount of carbon emissions. They failed to comply with the WTO commitments that they made years ago that they were going to open their markets and play like mature economies in the world. They steal our intellectual property. They're by far the largest polluter in the world. They steal they engage in cyber warfare against the United States and our friends. They block their markets and they dump their goods overseas. On the other hand, the U.S. has the lowest per capita carbon emissions since 1950. That was before I was born. The lowest per capita emissions since 1950. We're the only major economy in the world that's reduced our carbon emissions over the last few years. So my question is this: why would we tie ourselves in an agreement that should have gone through the Senate or should have been ratified by the Senate with folks that cheat or engage in the types of activities that I just laid out? I can't imagine that we would want to do that. That's why Mr. Mullen's amendment is so important. If we're going to be in an agreement with folks like that, we need to have people who are going to behave like mature countries, and China and Russia are not it. I yield the rest of my time back to Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. Keep in mind, too, this amendment, it doesn't say it won't allow the accord to take effect. It says that this will only take effect when the Secretary of Energy certifies that China and Russia have reached the same commitments that the United States has held to. If we're really about climate change, why wouldn't we want to do something like that? If we're really wanting to make a change, when China, as I stated in my opening remarks, that they have more carbon emissions than America, the United States, and EU combined. So we're just saying, let's hold everybody the same standard. That's it. Just hold everybody the same standard. With that, I yield back to Mrs. Brooks.
I yield back.
Gentleman has yielded back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I believe in American excellence, and I know everybody here does, which is why I don't think we should be measuring our progress by what's going on in China or in Russia. We all know that global temperatures are reaching an irreversible tipping point in the next 12 years. The next 12 years, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Science proves this. You don't have to be a scientist, since the vast majority of folks have already declared this for years. The world is round, and climate change is real and human-caused. This is now a fact. And the Paris Climate Accord has every country in the world but us. Every country in the world. We're supposed to be leading the free world, and we're shirking our responsibilities, which is why we're here today. And with the Clean Power Plan as well, we see an attempt to try to remove that. In Energy News today, they reported, quote, despite inaction at the federal level, U.S. utility executives continue to push for steep cuts in carbon emissions and boosting renewables. So they're already on board and moving forward. Fuel efficiencies, LA Times, March 6, 2019. Automakers continue to set records for fuel economy with an average of 25 miles per hour. The free market is literally leaving us behind here in the federal government. How sad is that, when we should be helping encourage them and not let Russia and China define American excellence? Now, I realize this scares people, and President Trump has capitalized on that division. Rather than drive us to Armageddon over parochial economic interests, we should do national research. We should lead the green revolution, and when we actually get these technologies all in effect, we will leave Russia and China's economy in the dust. And with that, I want to yield time to Ms. Blunt-Rochester.
Thank you for yielding. I just wanted to also agree with my colleague and state that you mentioned the whole issue of us being able to be rivals with these countries. I don't think anybody rivals the U.S. I actually lived in China, and I can tell you for a fact that while we don't start at the same place, as you said, we shouldn't be tied to them. And my state of Delaware really can't wait. We can't wait. We have neighborhoods that are flooding. We have farmers who can't predict what they're gonna plant. We have beaches where we are seeing erosion at record levels. And so for us, we just need to act now. That's really what we want to do. We don't want to tie ourselves to these other countries, but we also want to take advantage of the economic boost and engine that this would cause to our country as well. So with that, I yield back to Mr. Soto.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I applaud the gentleman from Oklahoma for putting this amendment up. I just heard comments that we shouldn't be tied to China and Russia, but yet the Paris Climate Accord is tying the U.S. to an agreement with, 195 other countries, but we're not tying the three, or had mentioned electric vehicles, and that China was pushing its population to move more toward EVs, and I applaud China for doing that. I applaud her for bringing that up. But I will point out the fact that where does the electricity come from to power the electric vehicles in China? Guess what? It comes from coal-fired power plants. In fact, there's a September article from BBC that suggests that 259 new gigawatts are under development in China from coal-fired power plants. At one time, they were bringing a new coal-fired power plant online every 60 days. The report also says that at present, China has 993 gigawatts of coal power capacity, but the new plants would increase this by 25%. And so why wouldn't we try to, through this, encourage other countries, if they want the U.S. to abide by this treaty, why wouldn't we try to encourage them to encourage China, Russia, India, other countries that haven't signed the treaty to actually join it and lower their carbon emissions? I think the gentleman from Oklahoma is trying to say the United States should not be tied to this treaty where you're going to hurt American businesses, you're going to hurt American consumers by driving electric rates up unless we hold Russia and China and India, the largest polluters in the world. This amendment just says Russia and China, but India has a lot of coal-fired power plants as well. Why shouldn't we hold them to the standards that we're trying to hold the rest of the world to? It's unbelievable to me that the other side wouldn't embrace this amendment to say, you know what, we need to encourage Russia and China to lower their emissions, not just give lip service to it, because I promise you that's all they're doing. They're wanting to grow their economies. They are growing their economies. They're actively building more polluting power plants to provide electricity to their emerging and growing economies. So we're going to tie the hands of American businesses. We're going to hurt American consumers by driving rates up. And there's instance after instance after instance that show when you push toward more renewables, such as wind and solar, that rates do go up. Hopefully, the world will get it right, technology will emerge, but I will say that Russia and China are using more polluting power. And the fact that we wouldn't try to make them adhere to those same standards we're wanting to set for ourselves is really ludicrous. And so I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this.
The gentleman yield. With whose time?
Who's that?
With the gentleman.
Duncan.
Yes, sir. I'll yield.
You know, I thank the gentleman because you both raised an important point, and I would suggest we put this in the record at the appropriate time, this story about how China's gone back to a resurgence in building coal plants because they've decentralized their decision-making to their local governments, and their local governments say, we need power. People actually want electricity. It's amazing. Then when you look at the reporting to the UN on greenhouse gas emissions, you can see from this document the U.S. consistently every year reports. Here's the document from China. They don't even report. Now, under Paris, they might, and they might start, and the Trump administration helped negotiate at the last round, I think it was COP24, I think, that nations come together and figure out how to get to transparency and accountability that people could trust. So the Trump administration negotiators actually were credited internationally with helping lead to that, because that's important. At least we'll know the data. But if you go clear back to 1990, every year but one is blank here for China. So they don't even want to report to the United Nations what they've been doing. The United States, on the other hand, has been reporting every year. And so I think all this is important, and that's why this amendment is so important. We're tired of getting run over by China in a lot of areas, including trade and elsewhere, and we don't want to yield to them. We want to have America in the forefront. We want to be the innovators. We want to develop the technology that cleans up the globe and employs people here. And I yield back.
Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'd like to proceed to the vote on the Mullen amendment. So if there's no further debate, we'll proceed. Oh, Mr. Tonko, you had it. You want to strike the last word?
I withdraw.
Oh, the point of order, yes.
Point of order.
You withdraw the point of order? Thank you. The Mullen amendment, and the gentleman wants a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll on the Mullen amendment.
Mr. Rush? No. Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo? Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel, no. Ms. DeGette? Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes no. I'm sorry. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Lobsack? Mr. Lobsack votes no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas? I'm sorry, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell, no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly, no. Ms. Berrigan? Ms. Berrigan votes no. Mr. McEachin? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden?
Aye.
Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores, aye. Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giafonte? Or Dave, sorry. He's not here anyway, okay. Mr. Pallone?
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Are there other members? Mr. Lujan? Ms.
Mr. Lujan
Schakowsky?
votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Mr.
Mr.
Schakowsky
Welch?
votes no. Mr. Welch votes no.
Ms. McMorris Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers votes yes.
Mr. Upton?
Votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Shimkus?
Mr. Shimkus votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie just came in.
Mr. Guthrie, aye.
Any other members? Mr. Schrader? Anyone
Schrader
else?
votes no.
All right. Ms. DeGette just came in.
Not recorded.
Votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no.
Everyone who wants to be recorded is recorded. Have some. We'll just wait another minute. How are we doing? Who we missing? Missing anybody? Members, we're just waiting for Mr. Scalise, and just give him a little more time. Mr. Scalise, how would you vote? All right.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 28.
The vote on the Mullen Amendment is 22 ayes to 28 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there another member who seeks recognition to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. McMorris Rogers, we have her amendment. The gentleman from New York would reserve a point of order. Thank you.
Is that number 11?
Yes.
We have it. The clerk
have
will
it.
report the amendment, please.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mrs. Rogers. On page 4.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the drumbeats that we hear on the other side of the aisle is that we want America to lead the world in addressing global climate change. Well, I would submit that we are leading the world. When you look at the numbers, since 2000, America has led the world. The largest decline of all countries has been led by America. And I want America to continue to lead in innovation and in new technologies. We have led the world in a way that helps grow our economy while bringing down carbon emissions. This amendment has to do with hydropower. And coming from Washington State, we celebrate that we're one of the cleanest, greenest states in the country. We also have some of the lowest carbon emissions of any state in the country. And we enjoy some of the lowest electricity rates of any state in the country. Washington State has invested in research and technology around hydroelectricity that is making a big difference. You've heard me say it, 70% of our total load. I would remind the committee, it is clean, it is renewable, it is reliable, it is affordable. And because of research and new investments in technology and fish ladders and turbines, we're seeing 2 to 3 times the output. In America, we could double hydropower without building a new dam. Only 3% of the dams actually produce electricity. And because of the research and new technology, we're also proving that fish and dams can coexist. This is an area where we should continue to promote licensing reforms and continue to celebrate that hydropower is the largest renewable in America. And there's more capacity, more jobs, more electricity, clean, renewable, reliable electricity that we could all enjoy that would be a part of this overall solution that we are presenting to help bring down overall carbon emissions. So I urge support of the amendment and yield back my time.
And I would yield myself 5 minutes. Look, I agree with the gentlewoman that hydropower is an important part of the energy mix. But I believe...
Mr. Chairman, can we get the clock started?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. As I said, I believe that hydropower is an important part of the energy mix. But this amendment is unnecessary, and that's why I oppose it. There's nothing in this bill that dictates or blocks specific energy sources from being used under the president's plan. The bill is technologically neutral. This amendment, by singling out the use of hydropower in the Section 4 plan, is really a solution in search of a problem, in my opinion. The bill only requires the president to develop and transmit a plan regarding how the U.S. will achieve an economy-wide target of reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 26 to 28% below 2005 levels by 2025. As long as an energy source fits within these parameters, it's fair game for the president to include in the plan to meet our NDC obligations. So the amendment is simply unnecessary, and I urge members to vote no. Anyone on the Republican side? Oh, Mr. Schrader would like my time. I yield to the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my friend from Washington for offering the amendment and highlighting the importance of hydropower. It's a huge source of power for Oregon as well as Washington. Frankly, the whole Pacific Northwest enjoys low electric rates, clean energy as a result of the hydropower we now have, and very low carbon emissions. It's a critical source of energy. But I guess in listening to the chairman, I would concur that the Paris Agreement is not to pick winners and losers, and certainly expect hydropower to play a huge role in helping us meet the goals of the Paris Accords, and hopefully we get back into it. So while I appreciate the amendment itself, I probably will not be supportive of the amendment at this time, and I yield back.
Yeah, I'll yield to the gentleman.
Just so we don't consume too much time, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share my colleagues' view about the importance of hydropower from both the right and the left in the Northwest, Oregon and Washington and Idaho. Too often, though, hydropower gets treated as if it's non-renewable if it's been there a while. No good deed goes unpunished in the federal government. New hydro gets treated as renewable, old hydro doesn't. We're in negotiations with Canada right now in the Columbia River Treaty, and that could affect our hydro production. And so I support the gentlelady's amendment. It doesn't pick a winner or a loser. It just says that if you're going to go down this path of requiring a report, let's not leave out hydro and its importance and its zero emissions energy production, especially if we're going to go to more and more vehicles and things are going to need to be recharged by some electricity source. Hydro is a pretty good one. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and thank you for your courtesy.
Anyone, the rest of my time, Mr. McNerney?
I thank the chairman for yielding, and I've worked with the gentlelady from Washington State on licensing hydropower. I think it's an important force of energy, especially if you believe in climate change. And I think everyone in this room believes that climate change is a problem, that we need to reduce emissions and so on. But what's happening here really isn't about climate change. It's about obstruction. It's about gotcha amendments. I have a document here. Committee on Energy and Commerce, full committee markup, April 3rd, 4th, 2019. Bills and amendments. One bill, 23 amendments. Each one of these is a gotcha amendment. Each one of them, I think we're wasting our time. I mean, if you believe in climate change, then the Paris Accord is the easiest, most unobstructive way to get there. And right now, you're blocking it. You're trying to prevent this from happening. And
Would the gentleman yield?
no, not yet. I think I'd almost like to submit this for the record, because this should be in the National Archives, so that 50 years from now, when we see rising sea levels and we see the temperature blasting past 2 degrees, people are going to say, well, why didn't you do anything? Who was responsible? And names are on here. I mean, this is an atrocity. I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Would the chairman yield? Oh.
Is it my time still? Sure, I'll yield to 30 seconds.
Well, I just, throughout this debate, I'm just reminded that, first of all, that America continues to lead the world in carbon emissions and new technologies, and that it's the innovative market-based solutions that incentivize use and investment in our clean energy resources that are the answer, not a big government proposal that we fear is going to harm our economy and force people to bear unreasonable burdens. We are leading the world. Let's celebrate that.
And I yield back and recognize Mr. Hudson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Last Congress, Representative DeGette and I introduced common sense legislation focused on tapping our nation's immense conduit hydropower potential. This bipartisan legislation was signed into law as part of the America's Water Infrastructure Act last Congress. Promoting this affordable source of clean electricity is important to our nation's all-of-the-above energy strategy. Hydropower, as has been said, is clean, renewable, and a reliable source of energy that provides low-cost electricity to millions of Americans. In my home state of North Carolina alone, it generates enough electricity to power 350,000 homes each year. In 2017, hydropower accounted for about 7.5% of total U.S. electricity, and it provides far more energy than any other renewable resource. Hydropower is so valuable because it offers a steady baseload power. It's zero carbon, and it's completely renewable. These are great attributes, and they complement other, maybe less consistent renewables like wind and solar. Pumped storage hydropower is a great option because it acts like a giant battery that can store surplus energy during the day when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. And small conduit hydropower, to which Representative DeGette and my legislation increased access, can be fitted into city pipes or irrigation canals, furthering the opportunity to take advantage of this renewable resource. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are serious about finding concrete solutions to address this climate change, and I believe you are, then we stand ready and willing to work with anyone on ways to expand the use of hydropower. We already did this last Congress. Hydropower is clean, renewable, and very affordable. And look, whether we're part of the Paris Agreement or not, we can continue to reduce our emissions through technology, through innovation, through good policy that encourages the free market to continue to innovate. And we stand ready to work with you on these. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if anyone else would like time, I'd be happy to yield. If not, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Anyone else want to speak? Otherwise, we'll move to a vote. And the gentleman from New York withdraws his point of order. You want to record a vote? Record a vote. We're now on the Rogers amendment. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed, no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey, no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers, aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Guthrie. I'm sorry. What am I looking at? Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Giaforte. Mr. Giaforte votes aye. Not recorded, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, aye. Not recorded, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shawn votes aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Pallone, not recorded.
Votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Mr. Gett?
Mr. Gett votes no.
Ms. Blunt? Rochester?
No. Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Mr. Burgess?
Mr. Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be recorded? Mr. Olson, are you recorded? Okay.
Yes, sir, you are recorded.
Anyone else who's missing? Okay. Clerk will report the tally on the Rogers Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 29.
The vote on the Rogers Amendment is 22 ayes to 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other members who seek recognition to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Flores, your amendment have a label?
Number 23.
Madam Clerk, do you have the Flores?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
The gentleman from New York
I'd like to
reserves a
make a-
point of order.
I would like to make a point of order.
Mr. Gentleman reserves a point of order. Mr. Flores, well, the
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. Flores.
that
Page 3, line
objection, the
13.
reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, although I will.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold 1 second. Mr. Tonko, are you in?
I'm making a point
insisting
of
on
order,
the
not
point of
reserving.
order? All right, then, well, I think the gentleman gets to speak first, doesn't he? Are you insisting on the point of order at this time?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think, Mr. Tonko, could we just reserve and let the sponsor make his statement, and then we'll take it up?
That's fine, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Mr. Flores is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Tonko, for letting us discuss this amendment. Mr. Chairman, although I'm going to vote no on this amendment, I offer it because we should have a serious discussion on what the Democratic majority's true plan is to raise the cost of living for hardworking American families. The United States already leads the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as we've discussed several times during this hearing. At a time when we've simultaneously increased our economy and our manufacturing base and our jobs base over the past few years. American ingenuity, technology, and market-oriented policies made these emissions reductions possible, primarily thanks to the increased use of affordable, cleaner-burning natural gas and the deployment of cost-effective renewables. I'm confident that we can continue to build on that success by modernizing our regulatory policies to enable future innovation and not tie ourselves to other countries in the Paris Agreement. In fact, one such area that several of us are working on a bipartisan basis in this committee is to foster the development of zero-emission, next-generation nuclear technologies. The House unanimously passed our Advanced Nuclear Fuel Availability Act at the last Congress, and I hope that we will quickly advance that bill again and get it through the Senate. Yet, the so-called Green New Deal promotes anti-nuclear, anti-American energy. It is simply a socialist wish list of mandates, taxes, and government control. The sponsor of the Green New Deal resolution also released a frequently asked questions document that clearly lays out what this resolution means. At this time, I would ask for unanimous consent to insert the Green New Deal FAQ into the record, and we provided a copy earlier. It will drive up the cost of energy and ship. Whoops. I'm sorry.
My understanding is that that's the amendment, correct?
No, this is the FAQ that supports the amendment.
Well, I have to reserve. I haven't seen that.
We provided it.
Take a look at it.
Earlier this morning.
Why don't you continue?
It will drive up the cost of energy and ship American manufacturing jobs off to countries like China with lax regulations, ultimately causing an increase in global emissions. Increasing energy costs will take money out of the pockets of hardworking American families and disproportionately impact those with lower incomes, particularly by increasing food costs, housing costs, education costs, everything that has to do with the cost of living for a lower income family. This amendment simply adds the text of the resolution, which is widely supported by my friends on the other side of the aisle. Almost 100 members of the majority party, including a third of our Democrat colleagues on this committee, and 12 of the current Democrats running for president support the Green New Deal. Mr. Chairman, we are the primary committee of jurisdiction of this resolution, and I hope that we're going to have a legislative hearing on the Green New Deal. It would have been nice to have a legislative hearing on H.R. 9 as well. Instead of jamming through today's so-called Climate Action Now Act, let's return to regular order. History shows that the nation's strongest energy and environmental policies that have benefited so many Americans were developed with bipartisan support and started in this committee. We can do better than the majority's climate policies that impose socialist command and control by government bureaucracies onto hardworking American families. Let's instead work together on policies that will actually unleash American innovation without destroying our economy. I yield the balance of my time.
My friend yield for a question.
Yield the balance of my time to Mr. Scalise.
Would my friend yield for a question, Mr. Flores? One brief
Yes,
question.
I will.
How about the cost of the Green New Deal? I've heard numbers like $100 trillion. Are you hearing that? Is that the ballpark of the cost of the Green New Deal?
The highest number I've seen so far is in the neighborhood of $93 trillion.
Thank you.
Mr. Scalise, anybody else want my time? I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
Yes. Let me just ask, what the gentleman from Texas gave me, I'm not sure I know what it is, but it's like an FAQ. What is this that you gave us?
It's the FAQ that's, I'm sorry, it's the FAQ, the frequently asked questions that supported the author of the Green New Deal's rollout of the Green New Deal on the day that it was done on February the 7th.
All right, well, we will, and without objection, we'll enter that into the record. Okay, the point of order is being insisted on by Mr. Tonko of New York. Gentleman will state the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment violates the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. The amendment is not germane because the amendment involves jurisdiction of committees not currently represented in the underlying bill. In other words, the amendment fails the committee jurisdiction test of germaneness. The introduced bill was referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce and the Committee on Foreign Affairs. The amendment includes provisions from other committees' jurisdictions, such as the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Committee on Education and Labor, and Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I urge the chair to sustain the point of order.
Thank you. I was going to allow the amendment sponsor to be heard on it for 5 minutes, and then the chair is prepared to rule. So if the gentleman, if Mr. Flores would like to be heard on the point of order, and he can yield to
the rest of us
other members. The chair does not have to allow members to debate the point of order. In the same way that I allowed him to talk about the bill, I'm allowing him to be heard, and then that's it. We're going to rule.
Would like to yield first to the ranking member if he has any comments.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I think it's the gentleman's intent to withdraw the amendment, and I would encourage that. I do hope, Mr. Chairman, in all sincerity, that this committee of jurisdiction exercise its jurisdiction over the points of the new Green Deal, that we have jurisdiction and hold a hearing so the American public can know what this bill either does or doesn't do. And if there are others who have different valuations on what this costs or doesn't cost, we'd love to hear about that as well. But I would suggest that the gentleman from Texas go ahead and withdraw his amendment.
I do intend to withdraw the amendment, and I would encourage this committee and the chairman. We are the committee of primary jurisdiction over the Green New Deal, and I think it deserves a hearing by the American people. When the Senate voted on it recently, the author complained that it didn't go through regular order. So I think that this thing deserves a vote. It deserves to go through regular order as part of that process. And I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
So ordered. Does anyone else wish to offer an amendment?
Reserve the point of order.
Mr. Johnson has an amendment?
I do have an amendment. Thank you, Mr.
How is it
Chairman. I have
labeled?
an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 12.
Does the clerk have that amendment? Clerk will report the Johnson amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9, offered by Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the point of order.
Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order. Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment recognizes the important role that natural gas and LNG exports contribute to global and domestic emissions reductions, which is something that folks from both parties on this committee have long recognized and have talked about many times before. My amendment simply requires the President to describe how the use of natural gas and U.S. LNG exports contribute to domestic and global emissions reductions. Thanks to U.S. innovation, which led to the shale revolution, natural gas is an abundant and affordable source of energy. In my home state of Ohio, we've had thousands of jobs have been created as a result of the Utica and Marcellus shale plays, which have helped hardworking folks find steady, good-paying jobs that can support their families. But natural gas has other benefits. As we all know, the U.S. is leading the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and natural gas has certainly played a significant role in those reductions. And while not all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are willing to recognize the many benefits of natural gas, many of our allies and trading partners do. Now that we are the world's leading producer of natural gas, we have the ability to export our surplus supplies in the form of LNG and share our great wealth with the rest of the world while further boosting our own economy here at home. U.S. LNG exports have already begun to break the stranglehold of Russian gas in the European market, and American LNG has allowed our trading partners to transition away from more carbon-intensive forms of energy, such as fuel oil. We've had bipartisan agreement on this issue here on our committee before. In fact, we looked at this issue extensively within the context of Central and South America last Congress and advanced a bipartisan bill as a result. While there is still much work for Congress to fix the permitting process dealing with natural gas exports, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join me in recognizing the important role that American natural gas plays in our country and around the globe. Natural gas and LNG exports are good for our economy, our national security, and the environment. With that, I'll yield back the balance of my time and urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to the amendment. I do want to thank our colleagues on the other side for doing a pretty solid job with these various amendments in describing the energy portfolio of the United States. We've talked about nuclear power being important, hydropower being important. Now we're talking about liquid natural gas, but none of these things are appropriate to add into the bill that we're discussing today. If we need to keep our eye on the ball, the bill that we are proposing here today is asking the president to come up with the plan. If we keep going in the direction we're going with these amendments, we will have, by the time we're done, drafted the entire plan for the president, which is not the goal here. It's to give the president the discretion to assemble all the best means out there for achieving the goals of the Paris Accords. So it's not necessary to add this language to the bill, just as it wasn't necessary to add the provisions relating to hydropower or to nuclear power. The president's being asked here to come up with a plan using many different energy sources so we can achieve that economy-wide target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by the 26 to 28%, below 2005 levels by 2025. And we continue to urge support of that overall framework, but adding in these very specific provisions and directives really, in a way, would hamper the president's ability to do this in a fashion that can meet those objectives. So for that reason, and for the same reasons that the chairman previously enumerated, I would urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield time back unless anyone else would like to speak. I yield back.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Oregon, ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the gentleman's comments from Maryland, and I appreciate his newfound affection for the president and his ability to not get guidance from the Congress on these matters. This is new development, and we appreciate that. We were trying to give him a little guidance. We're not locking in any particular energy source here. We said as you go about this work that you all are going to dictate for him to do, think about nuclear, think about LNG, think about hydro, think about all these things. We're not writing that plan. We're just saying these are things that matter, America's energy mix. And we thought maybe we'd give the president a little guidance, but I appreciate the carte blanche authority you want to give the chief executive.
Mr. Walden, I just want you to know.
It's my time. I would be glad to yield to you in a second. And so we appreciate that. Nothing we're adding here, or trying to add here, in any way would take away from any president's ability to look at the overall energy mix of America and report back to the United States Congress as to the impacts and the opportunities, the innovation that's out there that we could all embrace and have in the past in a bipartisan way, and I hope to going forward, because we've embraced innovation and because we are a country that embraces innovators and lets them do their thing, that's why, in many respects, our emissions have gone down better than any country on the planet, according to the independent valuations, and why we should continue to lead in that. Now, I know there is a difference in our parties. We're standing on the side of innovation, conservation, adaptation, preparation. I know you all want to go down the taxation, regulation, dictation, which I think will lead to economic stagnation side. And that's where we differ. We don't differ in terms of trying to achieve common goals, and we've proven that with our legislation that's become law in the last Congress that has resulted in more hydropower, more innovation, the tax credits, the 45Q tax credits on carbon sequestration, and the incentive to get carbon sequestered in the ground. We led on that, and I know you all voted against that, but we thought that was important, and so we're going to continue to work forward. I know we're running out of time here. If the gentleman from Maryland wants me to yield, I'd be happy to yield to my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And of course, we believe the United States should team up in the spirit of collaboration, cooperation, and inspiration. That's why we are supporting this bill. And I do want to confess that I'm luxuriating in the fact that for the first time since November of 2016, I actually forgot momentarily who the president
Reclaiming my
was,
time.
and it was a beautiful thing.
Well,
thanks for reminding me.
Reclaiming my time. When we're done with this, maybe we can go have a libation, except I gave it up for Lent. Now, yesterday in this committee, you also gave the president's FCC, the Republican-controlled FCC, this enormous unbridled authority under Title II to regulate the internet. And that's fine. I mean, I support that. I think we don't need all that regulation either. But just remember, when that becomes law, if it does, who's in charge of the FCC today? And so I just tell you that we can work together on this stuff. I think we will going forward. But today is not going to be that day. But these amendments are not harmful to the underlying bill that you're going to pass outside of generally accepted regular order, like subcommittees and things like that. So that's enough. I appreciate it, and I would urge my colleagues to join in supporting Mr. Johnson's amendment. I yield back.
I say it's very difficult to not take the opportunity to respond to you, Mr. Walden, but in the spirit of trying to get out of this place, I'm going to ask that we have a vote. Did you want a recorded vote? Or you don't care? All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Request
All
a
right.
recorded vote.
Recorded vote is ordered on the Johnson amendment. Yes. I'm sorry. The gentleman from New York withdraws his point of order. Recorded vote is ordered on the Johnson amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshu. Mr. Engel. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor, no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko, no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack, no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey, no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer, no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan, no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto, no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran, no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Sorry. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon, aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson, aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, aye. Mr. Giaforte. Mr. Giaforte, aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no.
And let me ask if any other member, Mr. Rush,
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Engel,
Mr. Engel, no.
Mrs. Rogers,
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
any other member wish to be recorded who's not recorded? All right, the clerk will report the tally on the Johnson amendment. Mr. Carter, you recorded? You are? Yes.
We're ready, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 19 and the nays were 29.
The vote is 19 ayes to 29 noes on the Johnson amendment. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McKinley. Is yours labeled? Does the clerk have it?
Yes, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. McKinley. Page 3, line 13.
Without objection,
strike.
the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from, we have a point of order.
Point of order.
The gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order on the McKinley amendment. Before we start speaking. All right. In any case, the point of order has been reserved, and the gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the words of President Obama, elections have consequences. At the risk of being incendiary, therefore, just when are Democrats going to set aside their personal disdain for President Trump? Because it may be clouding their judgment on issues like this. We should be embracing what's best for America, not for other nations. To that end, I'm offering a very fundamental amendment. It allows the president to withdraw from the Paris Accord, quote, if necessary to protect the United States and its citizens. Pretty fundamental. For example, H.R. 9 essentially prohibits the ability of the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, regardless of the impact it will have on our ability to compete against those nations who are not abiding by their commitments in that agreement. Look, I agree that we have to have a global approach in addressing climate change. But even if the United States is successful in totally decarbonizing, increased emissions from China and India alone will still cause environmental havoc. Droughts, wildfires, severe weather, sea level rises, and despite our best efforts, Miami will still be underwater. Unfortunately, like many of its predecessors, the Paris Accord is more about political theater than actually addressing climate change. Same with the Kyoto Protocol. Signatories agreed to cut their emissions, but then exempted nations such as China and India. As a result, The global CO2 emissions have increased by 60% over their 1990 levels by 2013. The Copenhagen Accord was also an abject failure. Similarly, the Paris Agreement is doomed to fail. One, the agreement is non-enforceable. There are no legal binding targets, no specific financial support, no liability or compensation for damages caused, no change in the basic premise that the global economies are still fossil fuel based. Think about it. All 28 European Union nations are failing to meet their Paris commitments, and only 5 are even halfway to their current commitments. So just like the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement was designed to favor nations like China and India by allowing them to increase their greenhouse gas emissions through 2030, 12 years. Does anyone in this room actually expect that China and India will actually abide by their commitment and decrease their emissions without having enforcements and penalties? My amendment also affirms that the fact that the United States is already leading the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions through innovation and technological developments. You've heard it throughout the day and last night. Between 2000 and 2014, the U.S. reduced emissions by more than 18% in just a short period of time. According to the International Energy Agency, U.S. energy emissions, quote, remain around their 1990 levels, which is the lowest absolute decline among all countries since 2000, close quote. This amendment recognizes America's success in decreasing emissions, gives the presidency the flexibility to make decisions that are in the best interest of America's economy and energy security when our nation's security may be at risk. Look, there's an old definition of leadership that says a leader without followers is simply a man taking a walk. That's precisely what's happened over the last decade. America has thought it was leading, but there's no one following on that effort. America should not unilaterally transform our energy policies while gambling that other nations will voluntarily reduce their emissions. History and past agreements indicate other nations will not follow. Therefore, I'm asking and urging a yes vote on this amendment in order to protect the economic and national security interests of America and to keep America great. Thank you. I yield back.
I would ask, we're going to insist on the point of order by Ms. Castor because the amendment amends the part of the text that was not referred to the committee. As I mentioned earlier, we have a secondary referral, but this amends the part of the text that was referred to Foreign Affairs and not to us. So I would ask that the gentleman withdraw the amendment rather than insist on the point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand the likely outcome of pushing for a vote anyway. I think the point was, we've done our job. I think we've got the message out. Hopefully people are hearing it, that America is doing a good job, and this Paris Accord is not going to be effective in reducing greenhouse gas emissions unless it's altered. So I will withdraw my amendment.
I appreciate that. The amendment is withdrawn. H.R. 9. Hearing none, we will proceed. Well, actually,
Mr. Chairman,
you do have another amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Ms. Castor reserved a point of order. And does the amendment have a label? The amendment, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 9 offered by Mr. Duncan. At the end of the bill, add the
Without
following
objection, the
section.
reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Ms. Castor has reserved the point of order. Mr. Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, we talked about this earlier, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse. But there's a lot of reason out there that would point that this Paris Climate Accord should be ratified or at least go through the ratification vote in the United States Senate. The amendment that I put up basically says the act will not take effect until the Senate approves a resolution on the advice and consent ratification of the Paris Agreement. It's interesting, Mr. Dole came up on the floor jokingly and pure sense of camaraderie, asked, is the Paris Accord a treaty or an agreement? And that was a moment of good humor, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the question still exists. Is the Paris Accord an agreement or a treaty? And should it go through ratification vote in the Senate? I think it should. But we had a good debate, argument, conversation, whatever you want to call it, this morning about this. So I'm willing to withdraw this amendment because of the debate that went on this
Would
morning.
the gentleman just yield for 1 second?
I will yield.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point, and I think the point that it would just be more binding. I mean, a treaty is more binding on this process. When you go into agreements, executive branches can decide to be in, they can decide to be out. If this would have gone through regular order in the treaty process, we wouldn't be having this debate. We would be bound by that treaty. So I appreciate what he's offering.
And I thank the gentleman from, I reclaim my time, I thank the gentleman for his point. And I think there's a broader argument here about agreements and treaties and what presidents can engage in and commit this great nation to. And I think we need to step back and reflect on the Constitution and the process, because future presidents could enter into different agreements that the other side of the aisle don't agree with and may come to the same conclusion that I have, that it is a treaty and should go through the ratification process, and they're going to be stuck in the same predicament. So if you're a true believer in the Constitution and our processes, we can't just unilaterally give a president power to do things such as this, or unilaterally make law. So I ask that my colleagues have a broader conversation and thought process themselves about the role of the legislative process, the role of the Constitution, the role of the executive branch entering into agreements, treaties, or whatnot that obligate the United States, its businesses, and its citizens to comply with certain things. And with that, I will withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. The gentleman has withdrawn his amendment. Are there any other amendments that members wish to undertake? All right. Now, Ms. Castor, before we move to final passage, Ms. Castor, as you know, was not available because the Select Committee met for the first time this morning, so I would yield to her to make a statement about the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I want to thank Chairman Pallone and Chairman Tonko and all of the members for moving H.R. 9 forward this morning. You're right. Congressman Lujan and Congressman Carter and I were over at our first hearing of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. We had 4 young leaders who urged us on in tackling the climate crisis. And speaking as a Floridian who had to board up and flee my home as the monster of Hurricane Irma bore down on my community a year and a half ago as it spun its destructive winds and threatened with the devastating storm surge, I shared their sense of urgency for us to act on the climate crisis. We're seeing already the devastating impacts of climate change on our coast, our forests, our farmland, in our pocketbooks. Combating climate change is critical for protecting the people and places we love. And this is a generational challenge, but also a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create the clean energy economy that can provide good-paying jobs to millions of Americans, cleaner air for everyone, and a safer climate for our kids and our grandkids. On December 12, 2015, the nations of the world came together to declare with a single voice our commitment to tackling the growing climate crisis with boldness, vision, and unity. Nearly 200 countries, including the United States, China, India, and the European Union, have signed the landmark Paris Agreement. That agreement says we're going to accelerate and amplify the actions and investments needed for a sustainable, low-carbon future for the world. It was with America's leadership and engagement that the U.S. led other nations committing to climate action. The agreement was a breakthrough. After years of playing the blame game, the United States, China, and India, and nearly every other country on this earth came up with a plan to tackle climate change now. And that plan has incredible upsides. We can create millions of good-paying jobs now. We can save billions of dollars in energy costs for working people right now. We can finally address decades of environmental injustice right now. The aim of the Paris Agreement was for the nations of the world to work together through nationally determined contributions to keep the global temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius and do everything in our power to limit temperature increases further. In 2015, the U.S. submitted its first NDC, announcing a plan to reduce carbon pollution by 26 to 28% below 2005 levels by 2025, and to make its best efforts to reduce carbon pollution by 28%. And yet, in the face of rising temperatures and wildfires, storms, and floods that are devastating communities across our country and around the world, President Trump announced that he intends to abandon our nation's solemn duty to take action. On June 1, 2017, he announced his intention to withdraw from the U.S. from the Paris Agreement, making the U.S. the only country to reject the global pact. So I would say all of us, Republicans and Democrats, America cannot retreat. America should not cut and run. America should keep its commitments. Despite the president's objections, the earliest date the president can withdraw is November 2020. You would think we're out already. Well, we're not. The U.S. is still obligated to uphold our commitments under this agreement. And this bill, Climate Action Now, will, when adopted, keep our commitment. And it also has the potential to unleash American ingenuity and innovation to power the future. And we have a moral obligation to future generations to do this. And I don't want this to be partisan. It shouldn't be partisan. We should be working together. And I know you offered a lot of amendments today, but moving forward, you may vote against this in committee, but think seriously about supporting it on the floor and working with your communities, your states, your businesses. We all have to do this. We all have to work together if we're going to do something impactful to lower carbon pollution. We have a moral obligation. I know you share that moral obligation. We can do this, and together we will. Thank you for moving the bill forward. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. No more debate? Okay. Question now. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 9 to the full House. All those, the gentleman wants to record a vote? Yeah. Okay. Record a vote is ordered. Those in favor of favorably reporting H.R. 9 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush? Aye. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo? Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
All right, the clerk can't hear. Let's quiet down a little so we can finish up.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Is this the same?
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack, aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cardenas. Is he here? Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle, aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer. Ms. Custer, aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly, aye. Ms. Berrigan. Ms. Berrigan, aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto, aye. Mr. Halloran. Mr. Halloran, vote. Did he vote? Mr. Halloran.
Mr. O'Halloran,
sorry.
would
Aye.
you like to vote?
Mr. O'Halloran, aye. Mr. Wald.
No.
Mr. Walden, no. Mr. Upton.
No.
Mr. Upton, no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers, no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores, no. Mrs. Brooks. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Giaforte.
Have a good weekend.
Giaforte votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone.
Votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Are there any members who still need to record their vote? Mr. Cardenas? Ms. Schakowsky?
Now, you're recorded as voting aye, ma'am.
Any members on the Republican side? No. Anybody else not recorded? Okay, the clerk will report the tally. Everybody cleared out of your face. You too.
Yes, sir, Miss.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, final passage on H.R. 9, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 19.
The ayes are
30.
22 and the nays
Sorry,
are
it's 29. We went back.
29. The vote-
29 ayes, 19 noes.
Give me that again if you don't
Yes.
mind.
29 to 19.
29 to 19, okay.
Yes, sir.
So the vote on H.R. 9 is 29 ayes to 19 noes. H.R. 9 is favorably reported to the full House. Now, let me just mention, without objection, The staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bills consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. And I ask unanimous consent to enter the following into the record. We have a article in Science and Environment, China Coal Power Building, that Mr. Walden has asked to be entered. We have a letter from the United Steelworkers, a letter from a group of environmentalists, a letter from the Wilderness Society, and a letter from the League of Conservation Voters. And I'd ask unanimous consent to enter each of those into the record.
Mr. Chairman.
So ordered. Did you?
Yeah, I just asked for 2 days to submit additional views on the legislation considered by the committee today.
So ordered. And before we adjourn, let me just thank everyone, particularly the staff on both sides of the aisle. You know, did a great job. This was not only our first full committee markup, but a marathon markup at that. And I know everybody's tired, but we really appreciate all that the staff have done to make this possible. And so without further ado, the committee is adjourned.
Thank you.